So we're all raring to go again. In life, of course, there's so much more important than this game, and yet this game feels so important. It is crucial, imperative that the teams harbouring ambitions to go a long way come smoothly out of the blocks here, and it's all building up very nicely. There's nothing quite like match day, especially here. This crowd doesn't do ordinary. A chance for a shot! Well, now it's a race for the ball. Jim, you've played in games of this nature. Who can make the difference?
This guy, Declan Rice, is a player I really rate. With him, you get exactly what it says on the box. A workhorse defensive midfielder who likes to stay in the deeper part of midfield, knowing his primary job is to make sure he shuts down any build-up play in that area.
Yes, getting the best out of him will count for so much.
If they want to counter, they could do with more speed.
Palmer. Muscular approach does pay off here. Anything noteworthy in the early part of the match, Jim?
Well, both sides seem happy with the patient approach for now, still trying to have a good look at one another.
Luongo. Passing is crisp and sharp. Not the worst cross in the world, but still room for improvement. It's come to nothing. If you have just joined us, well, you've missed no goals. Rice. And it's Palmer. Boca Juniors looking to pass their way through. And that interception was most necessary.
He read that really well and stopped it.
And he was quick to react. Haaland. Rice. Odegaard. And that's gone behind for a goal kick. Luongo. Rice wins the duel this time. Oh, they could break here. Palmer. Oh, it's come loose. Oh, that is really good tenacity. And he gets rid in a hurry. Oh, he's felt that, hasn't he? And it's Alexander-Arnold. He gets big! That's going to go a long way. Driving on and making good progress. And the return pass. Very nicely done. Good ball, good take. Yeah, he's offering an apology for that. He needed to deliver a better ball. Now he's off and running. Half-time rapidly approaching, and it's still goalless. Luongo. It's a really well-measured ball. Hit into the middle, and he's made sure that's not getting through. Palmer. And the counter is on. Half-time getting close now. Kundl. Turns and goes back.
He'll be disappointed with that.
Luongo was alert to the possibilities, but in the end it's fruitless. Oh, good read.
That was well played, well stopped.
And he cuts out the supply. And there's his chance to lead the counter. Referee's had a look, and he's blown his whistle for half-time. Well, it was a half of could-haves and should-haves, but as the whistle blows, we remain where we started. Plenty for both managers to mull over here. Any strong opinions on the first half?
Solid, very solid, actually, Peter. They haven't made much of an impression at the other end, but defensively, I think they've got an awful lot right, completely nullifying their opponents. Now they just need to focus on getting a little more creative.
An engrossing half, but we're still where we started, 0-0. So we're just settling back into this second half.
Well, I suppose from a defensive perspective, Peter, neither manager can be too unhappy. I just wonder which team is going to up the ante first.
Luongo. Shifted it to the flank. He's had a fair tumble under that challenge. Cooper. Played out to the right. Some good work on the right flank here. He's had it taken off him. Well, that is good. Super running, sharp movement. Came up against a defender, though, who was ever so determined.
Well, for me, Peter, I think it's all too pedestrian and slow. They need a large injection of purpose now.
Best part of an hour, and still no breakthrough from either side. Palmer. Here's Haaland, and that's been intercepted.
That's great positioning, so good from him.
Millwall finding their passes. Rodri.
La cantidad de espectadores de este partido fue de 44.070.
And still, we await the first breakthrough. Kundl. He's picked his way through. Alexander-Arnold was in no mood for any of that. Ødegaard.
A lot of space here, a real opportunity.
Palmer. It's a pretty loose pass. Luongo. Well seen, saw that coming.
That was well played, well stopped.
And it's Alexander-Arnold. Oh, that's really good play on the right. He's driving forward. There's a beautiful simplicity about this contest. Willing running on one side, dogged defence on the other. Kundl. Luongo. Driving forward. Haaland. Just about up to 75 minutes. Shin to shin, bicep to bicep, and he wins out. Palmer. It's Saka. Rice. And it's Palmer.
Boca Juniors really can't be faulted for their attitude, and if they go on to win this, it'll be fully deserved.
Here's one real chance. They've done it. That could turn out to be a huge, huge goal.
There was this feeling that the game was petering out, but credit for never losing their focus despite things not going as planned. Now comes the question, will they stick or twist?
They forced the error and extracted the maximum punishment.
But Peter, they should just never have lost the ball from there, but you have to give credit and fairness to the front-footed pressing too. Made things quite uncomfortable for them.
So time for change, and this one has been on the cards for a little while.
Well, his stamina was called into question then, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with his heart and the efforts he put in. He was very willing, though not quite able.
Boca Juniors have broken through. It's 1-0.
Well, it's better late than never, Peter, and that's potentially decisive now.
And it's Palmer. Out to the right. Still just that single goal, and we are nearly done. Pinches it off him. Now it's Haaland. Now it's Havertz. Now then, the ball's come loose. Kundal. Quality ball. Luongo. Boca Juniors, moments now away from seeing this one out. Rodri. Keep the ball and you win the game. It really is that simple. And reclaimed it in a trice. Now it's Palmer. And it's Ødegaard. And it's made its way to him. I think that's offside. Yes, it is.
Well, it's probably safe to say now, Peter, that it's going to be all about game management from here.
Well, that tackle was certainly sturdy. Ooh, perfectly measured that. He has a look up. Header! Really well taken goal. 2 up now, and they are cruising. Oh, one moment you're in possession, the next you're picking the ball out of your own net. That one will sting.
Look at the manager here, he's absolutely fuming and he has every right to be. You can't win football matches if you give the ball away like that.
Two up and there goes the final whistle. Boca Juniors are chirpy, cheerful and contented. It was a comprehensive display throughout and their tactician-in-chief can draw great satisfaction from it. Palmer picking up the Man of the Match award and no surprise there. Any reflections on what you've seen, Jim?
I think we just saw a team winning by playing to their strengths. There was a clear picture of what they set out to do, and the players were determined to deliver it, and they did.
Many thanks to Jim, and with that, it is a very good night to you. Hello and welcome one and all. The atmosphere building very nicely here. Gorgeous, gorgeous evening. The skies are clear, the noise is fervent, the atmosphere frenetic. I'm Peter Drury, and seated in the experts' hot seat is our man Jim Beglin.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Drury, and hello to everyone.
He's tried one! Oh, that was a brilliant save.
Really looked sharp there, didn't he? That's very well played.
That's a decent clearance.
Look, they're prepared to be quite physical to contain any danger that might come their way.
Jim, who do you pick out as the telling individual today?
This guy, Declan Rice, is a player I really rate. With him, you get exactly what it says on the box. A workhorse defensive midfielder who likes to stay in the deeper part of midfield, knowing his primary job is to make sure he shuts down any build-up play in that area.
Yes, getting the best out of him will count for so much. Well, he can't say now that he hasn't been warned.
He just needs to find the control button on his...
Oh, special! That is a special goal! A finish right from the top draw! Oh, that was wonderful in every regard. Vision, concept, and considerable accuracy.
Well, he made it look effortless. Clearly a training ground perfectionist.
Boca Juniors break through nice and early, just as they wanted it. Taken off it pretty forcefully. Out of play for a throw. Saka opts for safety. And if you have just joined us, still just one goal between them. 1-0 the score. Strokes it back. Can he get it through? And the keeper has it. Rice. It's Saka. Rodri. Boca Juniors finding their passes. That's very neat. And he's found a way past. Tries a shot! Oh, it's a promising build-up, this. Plenty of really nice passing. It looked as though that might lead to something quite promising, but it turned out that that was not the case. No, that's been intercepted. Van Dijk. Rice. Saka. Turns back here, probably the best option. Alexander-Arnold looking to add to his goal. And he's there to retrieve it. Oh, this looks sharp. Palmer. Oh, he's getting hounded, really hounded.
He looked rushed. He should have waited for some movement.
And that's been won straight back. He is just caressing the ball. It's made its way to him. He's away.
I think that's great defending. He just made sure he was in the right place to block it. And I bet you the keeper is very relieved.
It's gone out for a throw-in. Rice. Has a look and plays it forward.
Boca Juniors really should be happy to let this half run out now and go again second.
Looking for options for movement. And he was alert to it. Odegaard. For Palmer. Stones. And it's Van Dijk. Rice. And Alexander-Arnold. He's had a shot! He's got a goal! 2 up now, and they are cruising.
Look, that was a technical interaction of great football. That has gone down a treat.
42 minutes is number 9, Erling Haaland.
Boca Juniors are doing very nicely, thank you.
Well, now's the time you can afford to be more daring, Peter. It may be tempting to sit on this, but I'd say go and grab a third.
And here's Palmer, played with finesse. Now the delivery, he gets big!
Well, he certainly wasn't in the mood to take any risks.
The referee brings the first half to a close. What do you think we're up to after 45 minutes?
Boca Juniors really should be thinking about killing this off early in the second half, Peter. The boss will be demanding the same level of intensity from his team.
Please
so I'd expect to see the same positive intent after the break, the same purpose again.
Boca Juniors ahead 2-0 and they are looking good.
And please welcome our lads to the field.
Whistle goes, and we start the second half. Now he's off and running. Van Dijk. Haaland.
You have to expect that from everyone now.
Bristol looking to pass their way through. Haaland. Oh, easy pickings there. And he gets rid in a hurry. Ball is over the line. Has a look up. Chance! Haaland, and they can counter here. Boca Juniors with this handy-looking 2-0 lead. They are looking comfortable. Pass is just off target. It's an inviting-looking ball, that. Van Dijk promptly onto that, and that is that. And it's Palmer. And that has been slung wide. Ball driven towards... Climbs up big! And it's there! And they are tearing the opposition apart here. Simply breathtaking stuff. It is a good finish. The odds were against him. Little matter.
Such a well-worked finish. It looked like he was going to be shut down, but he thrives in situations like that.
Boca Juniors find a position of real strength now. That pass isn't the best. Rodri. No surprise at all that this is the guy who's had such a positive impact.
Well, not only can a player of such high caliber show the imagination to set up a goal, but he can also produce when the pressure's on to deliver a big moment. This guy was born to create.
Saka. And it's Rice. Van Dijk. Ødegaard. Rice. And it's Van Dijk. It's Saka. Van Dijk. And it's Ødegaard. Haaland. Tries to play it through. Oh, can he get onto this?
They need to play this quicker in transitions like this.
Oh, good read.
That was well played, well stopped. That pressing is so good, it's nice and early. Well, that's good defending. He squeezed the play and he gave him no chance to get on the turn.
There's some great running on show here, but ultimately there was no way through. Time and again they are repelled. Half an hour gone in the second half. Now he's got space here. Haaland gets flagged offside. So time for change, and this one has been on the cards for a little while.
Well, his stamina was called into question then, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with his heart and the effort he put in. He was very willing, though, not quite able.
Challenge just a bit on the firm side.
Number 20.
Pass is coming off in quick succession here. Rice.
They'll want to make the most of this turnover.
Haaland.
Well, I'm not quite sure he needed to hold up play quite as much as he did then. A couple of his teammates were very annoyed.
Played into space. He's in plenty of space here. Oh, he's been caught on it here. Back in once more.
There's nothing more infuriating for a fan than seeing passing without penetration. They're just stuck in a rut.
Time for a change in personnel.
I think you have to admire his willingness to keep plugging away, but the manager has done him a big favour, I think, by taking him off. You know, he was looking very, very leggy.
Now it's Havertz. Ødegaard. Shifted it to the flank. Saka. Well, the defence just about came out on top, but they were certainly tested. He's in a great position here. Plays the return pass. Picked out brilliantly.
2 added minutes has been indicated.
Rice, can he spark a counter here? And now they can clear their lines. And there goes the final whistle. So a real showpiece win. This lot was simply far too clever for their opponents, and despite their best endeavours, it has ended in an easy win. Havertz picking up the man of the match. So bring it on, fresh, fervent, fevered, how it always was and how it always will be. Feel it, this is where it starts. Whatever your ambitions, a good beginning is the perfect way to get things underway. Colours vivid and bright. It's Neymar! Oh, that is very close.
Neymar brilliantly took control of that, which was exactly what the situation required.
So, Jim, tell me this, who are you looking for in particular here?
Well, Brazil have produced some of the best centre-halves around, and I think Militao is up there in that lineage, Peter. He's very quick and aggressive, and while he does have the odd mistake in him, or certainly did in his earlier career, he's maturing fast and he's easing that out of his game, and he can go all the way to the very top.
Well, quite no argument from me on that one. Goulet, Valverde, Carvajal, swings it across, and the keeper, oh, he's been caught napping. Good ball, Mbappe! Decent enough try.
Yeah, it's good movement though. A bit unlucky he couldn't actually steer it goalwards.
Decent early chances. It bodes well for an exciting game. Neymar will not want to lose out here, not against this opponent. Camavinga crosses it in. Defending of the desperate variety. And he's managed to get rid. Madrid are looking to go forward now. He's forced to go back. Eder Militao. Passing is crisp and sharp. First quarter of an hour gone. Iniesta! Oh, that was a brilliant save.
Really looked sharp there, didn't he? That's very well played.
There's the header! Harmlessly behind. Other side yet able to force a breakthrough here. And it's Carvajal.
That was lovely, that.
Nice control. Arda Güler. Oh, well played. Rodri.
It's the sort of situation that they'll want to capitalise on now.
And the shots! Oh, the ball's come loose here. Well, he should have done better, and he knows it. That's a decent clearance. Madrid have the chance to go the other way. Güler for Valverde. Spread out to the left. Rodrigo. Güler. And it's Valverde. He's a shot at goal! Goal! Oh, that is a late call, but it's the right one.
Well, obviously some sections of the crowd would disagree, but that was the right decision, albeit a late one.
Disappointment and relief on either side, nothing doing. Eder Militao. Now it's Bale. Truthfully, it was hard to see any better outcome there. Defence opting here for strength in numbers.
Well, I'm not quite sure he needed to hold up play quite as much as he did then. A couple of his teammates were very annoyed.
Nicely weighted ball, and he's onside. Rudiger, defending his corner stubbornly, stood up very well to his man. Carvajal, Valverde, and Gula, and it's Tchouaméni, and here's Mbappe. He's shifting through the gears here. There's a beautiful simplicity about this contest. Willing running on one side, dogged defence on the other. Neither of these two want to come off second best. Neither side giving way. It has been tight. Good defending there. They've slammed the door in the faces of the opposition. That's a sharp pass. Neymar. De Bruyne. And this is Bale. It's Bale! Valverde. Goulet. Oh, good read.
He read that really well and stopped it.
And it's Palmer. Tchouaméni did just about enough to come out on top there. Neither party overly willing to compromise. Now it's Mbappe. Mbappe! It's in! Deep into first half stoppage time, a crucial goal. A moment that needed composure, and he had plenty of it.
Well, he's a defender's nightmare. You try to send him one way, and he just slips the other.
Madrid have broken through. It's 1-0.
Well, I think the managers are going to have to scrap whatever they had in mind for the half-time team talks. One has got to tone it up now, and the other has to tone it down.
And that'll be the last act of the first half. So a steady, solid and more than satisfactory first half. They've got the lead, and that gives them something to build on after the break.
Well, obviously things are not good, Peter. It seems the team were just a bit too busy playing within themselves, too tentative. They have to improve and make it fast.
So we're straight back at it at the start of the second half.
Boca Juniors can really do with some bigger names standing up here. At times they didn't even look as if they knew what they were doing.
Now it's Bale. And that's been intercepted.
That's great positioning, so good from him.
Valverde. Played into space. He's in plenty of space here. Oh, nice touch. He's found a way through. Played in by Dani Carvajal. Rodri attempts a clearance.
A lot of space here, a real opportunity.
Now this could be a chance. Well, it didn't look good for a while, but that was brave defending and they got away with it.
Oh, that's brilliantly defended though. It looked destined for a goal.
Boca Juniors still behind thanks to that solitary strike. Carvajal. And it's Tchouaméni. Goulet. Here's Tchouaméni. Well seen. Saw that coming. That's good running with the ball. Chance here to counter.
La cantidad de espectadores de este
And
partido
that interception
fue de
was most necessary.
45.996.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Oh, well measured. Very nicely done. And it's Tchouameni, played out to the left flank. And the ball is out of play. Madrid choosing to make the first change.
Well, this could be a bit of a nightmare scenario for the defence, as you're going to be facing a very willing runner now, especially one that likes to make those runs beyond the defensive line.
Your impression so far, Jim?
Look, they may be one down, but they're not shying away. Time is on their side, and they're set on using it.
Big chance! And yes, it's there! Boca Juniors are all square. And that will surely go down as one of the easiest goals he could ever score.
Well, of course, it's great play to set him up, Peter, but you can't say the defence did themselves many favours then. They really should have picked him up sooner.
And that has added a whole new complexion to the game.
Well, I'd happily watch this every week, Peter. This is exactly what you want from a big game.
Now it's Mbappe. Rodrigo. He's in a great position here. No, he wasn't going to be fooled. And he's gone looking for safety. Oh, he's enjoyed that. He evidently loves the contest. Looking for the run. And this is De Bruyne. And it's Neymar.
That's a shame, because it was such a good decision.
That has been cut short. Cannavaro. That's really well manoeuvred. Almost 75 minutes on the clock now. Palmer! Goal! Boca Juniors! They've done it! It was coming! They have their reward! And that is about as cool as they come. He picked his spot expertly.
That's just a fabulous, fabulous finish. Anything that close to the frame of the goal, 99 times out of 100, the keeper's not getting there.
So there's going to be another change here.
Well, he's someone renowned for his pace and those darting little runs, but also for being a very good ball carrier as well. They want to add more dynamism to that front line.
Boca Juniors go into the lead.
Well, that's really winded the opposition. You can see their manager screaming on the touchline, telling his team to calm down, but they'll need to do that pretty quickly. It's composure from here. Keep calm and carry on. That's the job in a nutshell now.
Valverde. Madrid finding their passes. Carvajal. Knocks it out wide. De Bruyne. Can he get it through?
That's positional goals, the utilisation of space. Decent attempt at, just a little mistimed.
Tchouameni. That looks a decent ball. Vinicius Junior. Oh, that's neat. And it's Bellingham, played out wide, and he's picked it up out wide, expertly cut out, really nicely done.
I thought it was going to happen then. How many more chances can they realistically expect now?
And this is Bale.
Look, there has to be more urgency here. The ball has to get to the other end much faster.
Not much time now for anything fresh to happen, I think. Takes on his marker.
2 minutos de compensación.
Time added on will be 2 minutes. Good read, needed to be. Boca Juniors clearly now in lead. So that's it. It is all over. Boca Juniors have won it by sheer force of character, as winning teams do. So welcome one and all to a picturesque evening here. A clear night, all the ingredients for a showcase game that the passionate crowd demands. This is Peter Drury, and next to me providing insights will be Jim Beglin.
Glad to be here, Peter, and I'm ready to rumble.
Colours vivid and vibrant, songs loud and proud. The tone for this game is well and truly set. And already we're underway here. Played out wide. It's come through and he's had a quick look inside. No way through, so back it comes. And that has earned a reprieve for the time being. Well, now here's a good battle, bicep to bicep. Hoisted in. It's a mighty effort! They've scored! There is the breakthrough! Satisfyingly simple. There's almost a sense of beauty to this.
Yeah, it all came from some really smart movement, Peter. Did the defence let themselves down by not picking him up? I think the boss won't be amused.
Alava gain their reward with an early goal. Iniesta. And that's put paid to a promising move. Carlos Alenia. That's very neat. This looks promising. Bale.
They need to play this quicker in transitions like this.
And it's Palmer. Out to the right. Neither of these two want to come off second best. Strong running down that left flank. Alava are looking to break at pace.
Boca Juniors are really in a position where patience and prudence will serve them best. Time's on their side.
Bale.
If they want to counter, they could do with more speed.
Neymar will not want to lose out here, not against this opponent. Driving on and making good progress. Carlos Alenia. Alava were a team looking for an outlet, and it seems, Jim, as though they've found one.
Yeah, and if that allows them to get people running at and even going beyond that defence, then you can start asking more questions.
Big header! It's there! They are really purring here, and they have extended their lead in the blink of an eye. He watched it all the way, and the finish was unerring.
He did so well there, attacking the ball the way he did. He got a strong forehead behind that one.
Alava are doing very nicely, thank you.
Well, now's the time you could afford to be more daring, Peter. It may be tempting to sit on this, but I'd say go and grab a third.
Looking to play him in. Oh, he's found support out wide. That's a good block, but at the expense of a corner. Tries to get it clear. Boca Juniors are looking to go forward now. Neymar going face-to-face with his great rival. Getting on for a third of the way through the game. Now it's Bale. And this is Neymar. Oh, facing up to his adversary. This is a formidable matchup. And it's Neymar. Oh, now here's an interesting matchup. And here's Palmer.
Well, that's good defending. He squeezed the play and he gave him no chance to get on the turn.
Carlos Alenia. Time perhaps for one last twist before half-time. That's a good ball out wide. Now it's Neymar, and he's worked it through. And this is Bale. No, he refuses to take the bait. Bale was ultimately thwarted there, but it took a few of them to stop him.
Oh, I was on the edge of my seat then. He just took on one too many.
De Bruyne. Neymar. So what can they make of this? Can he get it through? That has not gone well. Johnny. Carlos Alenia. Out towards the flank. Aims beyond the defence. And he whips it in.
Oh, how that cross missed everyone is an absolute mystery to me. It warranted a finishing touch.
De Bruyne. And the first 45 minutes are up. What have we learned from the first 45 minutes?
Well, I think things have worked out pretty well so far, Peter. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I think the manager has to resist change at this stage.
Está abierta entre semana y en días de partido.
And that's the start of another 45 minutes.
I think it'll be fascinating to see how they're going to change their approach here. They have to go for it and try and pull one back, but they also have to be aware that going 3 down will probably seal their fate.
And that's been intercepted.
That was well played, well stopped.
Gently done. Iniesta. Oh, facing up to his adversary. This is a formidable matchup. Well, it didn't look good for a while, but that was brave defending, and they got away with it.
Oh, that's brilliantly defended, though. It looked destined for a goal.
Does well to stand firm and defend it. And he's picked out the run. Engages and forces him off the ball. There's some great running on show here, but ultimately there was no way through. And he's intervened well there. Well, quality clearly deserted him at the crucial moment.
Well, that's down to a simple...
Neymar! Oh, taken with style. Right back in the game. And that is a goal worthy of universal appreciation. Even the opposing fans have to recognise the quality there.
Oh, what a hit, Peter. And there was nothing lucky about it, let me tell you. It was measured, it was simply inch perfect.
This is threatening to become a really good game.
The manager must have given them an earful at half-time, and fair play because it seems to have worked. They've got to kick on from here now.
La asistencia a este partido asciende a 52.820 espectadores.
Unless they can devise a quick counter-attacking plan, they're going to need to see much more of this ball.
Camavinga. Here's Cannavaro. Rodri. And it's De Bruyne. A mixture of good defending and indecisive passing. No progress. Turns back here, probably the best option. Very nicely done. Good spot, that. Johnny. Cross goes in there.
That's good defensive concentration.
Rodri.
Yeah, they were looking for a counter-attack.
Iniesta. Now it's Bale. And that interception was most necessary.
He read that really well and stopped it.
There they go, hunting in packs. That's clear cut. It's a free kick.
Se va a producir un cambio de jugadores. El dorsal 8 será reemplazado por el dorsal 6.
Well, he got rid because he was under pressure.
Couple of changes then in quick succession.
Well, he can certainly make his side a lot more unpredictable, Peter. You know, he has a very good eye for a pass and a tricky one at that.
El dorsal 19 será sustituido por el dorsal 20.
And it's Iniesta.
Well, that's certainly more like it. They can't let the intensity drop now, Peter.
Well, they're looking a whole lot more urgent now.
They just need to sort out their end product, and quickly.
Oh, that was vital.
I think the message here is quite clear, Peter. They want another one and will seemingly keep going until they get it.
De Bruyne played over towards the opposite flank. That's a lovely, neat pass. Clipped into space. And he's there to clear it.
Se va a llevar a cabo un cambio de jugadores.
And now they can spring out of defence. Boca Juniors are in dire need of a breakthrough. Can they?
At least they're going about it as they should, having brought this on themselves.
Neymar. Oh, they could break here. Well seen. Saw that coming.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
Johnny. Just 5 minutes left. So this is it. We're on the verge of witnessing a major shock. That has been slung wide. Lewandowski for Iniesta.
Boca Juniors really can only do one thing now, Peter. Get the ball up front, make sure it sticks, and sustain some pressure.
Habrá 2 minutos de descuento.
Here's the return pass. He shifted it to the flank. Now he's off and running. Guevara. And time is up. Boca Juniors perhaps feeling a little aggrieved with this final score. They clearly feel that their efforts warranted something more. How do you look back on the game then, Jim?
Well, overconfidence and...
So what a sight this is. Another edition of this proud competition, just seemingly bigger and better still. Faces, of course, have come and gone, but some things never change. Those first day feelings, new hopes, new expectations, and the belief that maybe, just maybe, this time it will be your turn. Expectations and decibels both rising fast here. Things are heating up and we'll be getting underway very soon. The action has already started. Here it is, crossed in.
They'll want to make the most of this turnover.
And it's Rice. Jim, who do you reckon is pivotal?
Well, Peter, this guy, Alexis McAllister, is someone whose stock rose dramatically due to his exploits with the national side. But he's someone I see as a born footballer. I mean, he can play the 6th position, he can play in the number 8 position, but I feel he's probably best suited to the number 10 role because I think he has that creative edge, he has that craft, and that's where he should be used to greatest effect.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Mohamed Salah. Pretty cagey early on from both sides. Palmer. João Neves. Well, they're certainly pressing with purpose here. Now it's Isak. Now it's Wood. Played out towards the right wing. Oh, the movement is slick. The speed is slippery. The defence, though, able to hold on this time. Well seen. Saw that coming.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Well, that defending is unapologetically persistent. It's almost personal, and it had to be.
Well, it seems as if he's just had a momentary lapse and slipped into tunnel vision, because he had good options around him and he failed to get his head up. Well, neither team has yet managed to impose any authority, and as a consequence, this game's just drifted.
No, he wasn't going to be fooled. Isaac! And that is one way to get his defending done. Good try. The outcome could so easily have been different.
Well, he looks a little annoyed with himself, Peter, but he hit it well enough. Better look next time, maybe.
McAllister. There they go, hunting in tacks. And it's Neymar. Neither of these two want to come off second best. Now it's Neymar. This looks promising. Bale! Neymar finds himself offside. Oh, good read.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
Oh, now here's an interesting matchup. Salah. Cannavaro did well to emerge with the ball. That's a contest to keep an eye on. Ah, he'd have done well to reach that. Saliba. Mohamed Salah. 30 minutes gone. Turns back here, probably the best option. And it's McAllister. To McAllister. Saliba. And here's Mohamed Salah. That's tidy. Out of play for a goal kick. Rodri. Rice. For Palmer. And here's Bale. Just eases him off the ball. Kirkes. And it's Rice. Neither side giving way. It has been tight. It's Van Dijk. Gravenberg. Now Salah. Rodri. And it's Palmer. Neymar. And the counter is on. Rodri. Well, the boss won't be happy about that at all. They were pedestrian in possession and carried almost no threat at all. Mohamed Salah. And that interception was most necessary.
That was well played, well stopped.
Rodri. It's Camavinga. Rodri. Now it's Neymar. Can he finish? A real chance and a real let-off.
Well, it's almost like he had too much thinking time there, Peter.
Van Dijk.
There will be 1 minute added time.
And it's Kirkes. Gravenberg. And we've reached half-time. So neither team were able to take the lead, but it certainly hasn't been for the lack of trying. So both teams still stuck on the starting blocks here,
And
0-0
we'd like to
at the
inform
break.
you now that the latest travel information is currently being displayed on the screen.
Everyone, please welcome our players.
Here we go again then.
Well, both sides are eager to get going. Here's hoping that it's a good sign. Things are about to change. We need a little more life in this.
Tries a shot! It's run loose. Who's going to get there? And it's Salah. Now, can they... He's having a shot! Oh, he did the hard part right, but fluffed the finish.
Wood has every reason to be disappointed after being played in so well. The gaffer won't let him forget that.
And now they can spring out of defence.
They've been denied a chance to develop any rhythm in the passing department.
João Neves. Now Neymar. McAllister. Wood. He's a sharp little ball here. And he's quick to get it clear again. Rice with the short one. Now it's Rice. Decent chance! And he's cut it out. Boca Juniors are looking to go forward now. It's a pretty loose pass. Saliba. Isaac. Still waiting for the game to take off here. 0-0. Now it's Rice. Nicely weighted ball. And this is... And he shoots! Cleared without complication. And he's only too happy to take that back. Camavinga. And it's Rice. 60 minutes played. Isaac. Oh, no joy this time. Neither of these two want to... It's Salah! And kept out by the most elastic of saves.
He's definitely living up to the occasion here. He just loves being out there amongst it.
He's following up. Oh, that is rather wayward. It is still anyone's game, 0-0. Kirkes. Looking to play him in. João Neves tries to clear. And it's Rice. Now it's Neymar. Mohamed Salah. They're back in possession and ready to go again. You would think that now would be a good time to consider some changes.
It's about risk-taking and boldness now. Are we going to see any activity from the bench?
McAllister. And it's Gravenberg. And Gabriel. Kirkej. Opts for safety. Gabriel. Almost 75 minutes on the clock now. Kirkej picks it up out wide. Showing good feet. Hangs in across. A header! Oh, that was a brilliant save.
Isak clearly thought he had the beating of the keeper.
And Dyke attempts a clearance.
Well, there's no doubt that they want to win this, Peter. They'll have to maintain the energy and dynamism until the very end, though.
Shapes to shoot! And that's been intercepted.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Kamavinga. McAllister. Now it's Wood. And this is Mohamed Salah. Played in with purpose.
There's nothing more infuriating for a fan than seeing passing without penetration. They're just stuck in a rut. This has been a better game than the scoreline suggests, and it really does merit a goal.
Now it's Mohamed Salah. Oh, lovely feed. He is such a good mover.
They've got to make this nice and quick. Well, that might be that, Peter. Maybe both sides just going to have to settle for the draw now.
He's in plenty of space here. He is through here. That's a good block, but at the expense of a corner.
Substitution in progress.
Boca Juniors have turned to their bench, and we're going to have a substitution.
Well, his stamina was called into question then, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with his heart and the efforts he put in. He was very willing, though, not quite able.
Into stoppage time, and it is still 0-0. Saliba. And it's Salah. Rice. He's in a good position here. João Neves. It is going to need 30 more minutes. No winner after 90.
Yeah, neither side has anything to show for some splendid effort, and they certainly aren't showing any signs of easing off, so we remain optimistic.
A little lost today. Please look
So
at
a
the
short
screen for
respite for the
information
players
on how to
as
find
they
your
prepare
way
themselves
around this
for
stadium.
another 30 minutes. Stern test this for the endurance, for the character of the players as we head into extra time. Ambitious ball here. No luck with that dink over the top.
Look, this is so frustrating. Passing without any end product is just passing time.
Neymar, and this is... and the shot! Oh, terrific save from the keeper.
Yeah, he was well placed to deal with that.
Keeper beats it away. And now a sudden chance to counter. Oh, there's a probing ball. Stood up well to him there. Selamat. Can he get it through? Expertly cut out, really nicely done.
There's nothing more infuriating for a fan than seeing passing without penetration. They're just stuck in a rut.
That's a cute ball. No, he's just misjudged that one. Gravenberg distributed tidily. And it's Salah. Nicely aimed pass. Now this could be a chance. And that was very necessary. And back to the keeper they go. Half-time, extra time.
Please make sure to watch the
Plenty of
screen for
tired limbs and minds
information
out there.
bulletin
We
from
may
the
be
regional
looking
police
at
department.
penalties here. And we're off for the final time. Here we go then for the last time. The score still 0-0. Played back. Rodri. Neymar. Kirkes. Rice. Now Van Dijk. Gabriel. And it's Rice. Isak. Now it's Wood to McAllister. That has been slung wide. Well, there is some activity down on the touchline. It seems there's going to be a change.
I think you have to admire his willingness to keep plugging away, but the manager has done him a big favour, I think, by taking him off. You know, he was looking very, very leggy. Well, the crowd's impatience is an indicator that they haven't quite given up on a goal just yet.
And it's Salah. Can he get on the end of this? McAllister chips it through. Looking for options from... and the shots! And the ball's come loose here. Good ball, good... and a chance! Decent enough try.
I wouldn't fancy playing up front in these circumstances, to be honest. There's absolutely no supply.
Not the most accurate pass.
I think we might be done here, Peter. I don't see there being enough time for them to try again.
Kamavinga crosses it in. Not pretty, but it gets the job done. The final whistle and confirmation we are headed for penalties.
Yeah, and at least they both had a go at winning it in extra time. It's often the opposite.
Fellow attendees, this is a
Well, the players look exhausted, but one
Please keep your
last
eyes
act.
on your children
We're back in
during
a
the match
moment
at all
for
times.
penalties. good. He is over the first kick. And he puts them one up.
I thought he did really well to hold his nerve then and score that penalty.
Ruben Neves is engaging in a bit of mind games before stepping up. Oh, what a save!
Oh, that's a super save from the keeper.
This to double their advantage. And he's put them two in front. Boca Juniors can't afford to miss another one. And he puts it away.
Good penalty. Completely wrong-footed, the keeper.
This to put them two up. No! Denied remarkably.
Well, he felt the goalkeeper outsteered him there, which gave him the edge.
Havertz is the third man to step forward. And the keeper's come up trumps.
Oh, that's a super save from the keeper.
This to put them two up. Keeper's gone the wrong way. And that doubles their lead. Boca Juniors at the point of no return. No! Saved it! And their fate is sealed. Boca Juniors bow out. Defeat sealing their fate. Your final thoughts, Jim?
Well, what can I say, Peter? It seemed like the enormity of the task got the better of the players, and they never really got going. I know it can happen to even the best of us, but that doesn't take away from the fact that this was a painful watch, very painful.
So thank you very much, Jim, for joining me. That brings us... Well, this really is quite uplifting. There is so much to raise the mood all around us. After all, this is when, in the face of anything, hope springs eternal, and the fans puff out their chests proudly. There's nothing quite like match day, especially here. This crowd doesn't do ordinary, and we should be in for something very special. So, Jim, who would you identify as the key man in this fixture?
Yeah, Mohamed Salah. And it's mainly because of his frightening pace. He's a huge threat when he's running at defenders, but he's also proved in recent times that he's a top-class finisher. Opposition defences are going to have to be wary about playing a high line because there's nothing this guy relishes more than space to run into. And once he gets there, he's gone.
He would be the obvious choice, wouldn't he? He certainly has all the right qualities. With so many teams now playing just one up front, Jim, it's easy to forget, isn't it, that strike partnerships used to be the norm.
Absolutely, Peter, but partnerships have proven themselves to be very productive over the years. They carry more might.
And we've had some legendary ones, haven't we?
Yeah, and how it usually works is that you've got one target man with the other striker playing off him and just looking to add another little bit of devilment.
So it's away we go then. Kirkesh. And here's Isak. Now it's Wood. Wood! Well, the contact was true enough. The aim wasn't quite.
Well, he does strike a very pure ball, doesn't he? It's great technique.
McAllister. Now it's Isak. João Neves wins the duel this time. Palmer. Boca Juniors are looking to break at pace. Now he's got space here. It's a good ball out wide. Kirkesh trying to keep this in. Now it's Isak. There were better options before the ball was lost. Easy to say from up here, I know. Kirkesh. Wood. To McAllister. Kirkesh. Tries to play it through. Rodri. And it's Neymar.
They need to play this quicker in transitions like this.
And this is Neymar. Tries to... He's got tall. Went with his head, but couldn't steer it in. Gabriel. Battling for the right to play in the early stages. And it's Salah. Now it's Wood. And Gravenberch. Still goalless. And now they can clear their lines. And he's had it nicked away. Rice. Neymar goes on a charge down the left. He's shifting through the gears here. Thinks about the shot. It's a good look. Up he goes! Decent enough try.
Yeah, he may have snatched at that a bit, even though it was quite close.
Well, now here's a good battle, bicep to bicep. That pass isn't the best. Camavinga is there, and he can get that clear. Last-ditch defending, but that'll do. Just eases him off the ball. And now a sudden chance to counter. Bale showed plenty of zest in getting to the ball, but couldn't quite sort it out. That has ended up in no man's land. Neymar. Oh, he's been caught napping. He might be in here. Nicely weighted chance for a shot.
Well, he got rid because he was under pressure.
And here's Isak. Knocks it into space. And it's crossed into the middle.
That was well seen too. Good clearance.
Has a look and plays it forward. Palmer. Half an hour played now. He is through here. Palmer. That's a nicely weighted pass. Danger averted for now. Well, the defence just about came out on top, but they were certainly tested.
I'm struggling to work out whether that was brave or a bit stupid. Maybe both, actually.
Rice. Bale. Rodri. Kirkesh. And it's Rice. Oh, that's wonderful alertness. Well, a goal here just before half-time could mean a great deal. He's had it taken off him. Oh, it's a promising build-up, this. Plenty of really nice passing. Kirkesh. Isak. Decent chance! And that was very necessary. Deep cross. Well, there's the clearance. Ball's out once more. Mohamed Salah. He's picked his way through. Oh, what's he giving here? The referee's decided that he was fouled outside the box, and it is just a free kick.
Well, he was the one player you had to keep away from the area. Not the best way to do it, though.
He's done well to get that clear. Van Dijk. Palmer. Kimmich.
There will be 1 minute added time.
Rodri. João Neves takes control of it and he's on the move. Stood up well to him there. There's the whistle for half-time. Well, it was a half of could-haves and should-haves, but as the whistle blows, we remain where we started. Plenty for both managers to mull over here.
Hello, everybody.
Any opinion you'd like to express on the first half?
Well, I think despite the scoreline, Peter, there's only one team in it. They might not have made the most of their chances so far, but I see no signs of frustration creeping in. Maybe a bit of fine-tuning during the break, and they should get their reward in the second half.
So we reach the halfway point, and neither side have yet been able to force the issue. It's 0-0.
And there they are. Please welcome our players, everyone.
And we're underway again.
Well, both sides are eager to get going. Here's hoping that it's a good sign. Things are about to change. We need a little more life in this.
Palmer. It's a searching pass. Spread neatly. McAllister. Rice. Now Kirkes. And it's Gravenberg.
Well, that was well positioned and well pinched. They can't hurt with their backs to goal.
Gravenberg. And it's Rice. Looking tidy in possession here. He's played it back. Oh, the ball's run loose here. Mohamed Salah. Kirkesh. Good ball. Good. Isak! Well, that wasn't too dissimilar to the previous attempt.
Well, the breakthrough hasn't come yet, Peter, but you do feel they're upping the ante here. They'll get their reward if they can stick at this.
They continue each to cancel the other out. Rodri. Turns back here, probably the best option. And it's Neves.
Oh, good take in a good area.
Rice. Now Kirkes. Rice. And it's Salah. Just about up to the hour now. That's an imaginative pass. And still, we await the first breakthrough. Rice does really well to win the ball there. Neither of these two want to come off second best. Well seen, saw that coming.
That's great positioning, so good from him.
Now it's Neves. Palmer. He was under real pressure there. Defending in numbers, sharp and uncompromising. Now it's Isak. He's got away. Well, that was a period of possession which carried just about no threat at all. Lovely pass, but can he get there? João Neves. That's a shade optimistic. Rice. And it's Kirkes. You would think that now would be a good time to consider some changes.
Well, the manager must be thinking to himself whether he's got a game changer on that bench, and he needs to act quickly.
Rice gets into a good position. That is lovely. Well, the defence proved infallible then, but that won't be the last they'll see of him. Out to the left it goes. Threads one in. Well read, nice interception.
Well, there's no doubt that they want to win this, Peter. They'll have to maintain the energy and dynamism until the very end, though.
Pinches it off him. It's all a little bit desperate, but it's got the job done.
Oh, that's brilliantly defended, though. It looked destined for a goal.
Bale receives it in a wide position. Now then, the ball's come loose. Looking for options for movement. Aims beyond the defence. And he's picked it up out wide.
Well, it's very much looking like this might be destined for a scoreless outcome.
Rice. Not the most accurate pass. Foot in. Wood. Mohamed Salah. Oh, that's fabulous. It's Salah! And that would have been some goal.
He's the one player you want on the ball running at
Substitution.
defences, and that's precisely why. Well, that might be that, Peter. Maybe both sides just going to have to settle for the draw now.
There will be 1 minute added time.
Rice does well to get it back. Neymar picks it up out wide. And he's managed to get free. Neymar tries looking up for options on the left. Neymar. That's good play. The 90 minutes are up, 30 more to come.
Well, 0-0 doesn't offer a fair reflection of what we've seen. The game's been vibrant. I think the atmosphere has remained buoyant, and we just need the scoreline to step into line.
So all square, we need a winner, and we will be back for extra time. The hostilities have already resumed. Serves up across. Is it in? Yes, it's an own goal.
That can happen to anyone. It's truly, truly unlucky for him, but it's just the way it is.
Well, who saw that coming? It has certainly made things interesting.
Listen, sometimes you need that little bit of luck in games like these.
A real chance! That's going to go a long way. Looking to play him in. Just deflected over the goal line for a corner. Cleared without hesitation. And now they can spring out of defence. Rice. Plays a sharp little ball here. He has found a way through. Oh, they could be caught out here. He's found a way through. Oh, smashing header. And that would have been game, set and match.
Well, he's clearly feeling that he could pretty much have the job done. He may well get another chance, you know.
And that interception was most necessary.
That was well played, well stopped.
And it's Salah. De Bruyne calmly anticipates. And that has put paid to that. Odegaard.
A lot of space here, a real opportunity.
Well, that's beautifully weighted. Haaland is onto this.
There will be 1 minute
That'll
at
be
a
a corner.
time.
Extra time reaches half-time.
Please be made aware that
Well, it
smoking
has
is
been a
only
punishing
permitted
game,
in
both
designated
physically
areas
and
within
mentally.
this ground.
But does either team have what it takes to find a winner? Is there to be drama in these final 15 minutes? This has been enthralling. So what do the last 15 minutes have left? Saliba and Gravenberg. Passes coming off in quick succession here. That's tidy. Isak. And it's a corner. Odegaard with the clearance. Nicely spread. Well, the less said about that pass, the better. Boca Juniors are looking to go forward now.
Have beautifully policed that midfield. The opposition have been handcuffed.
Mohamed Salah. And he's forced to go back. Kerkez. Crosses it in.
That's just playing it safe and simple.
Isak. And the shot! He scores! And there's the goal they've been looking for. Not a defender in sight. He had all the time in the world.
Well, that's really well played, Peter. You have to appreciate the simplicity of it all. Killer pass, perfectly delivered.
So here comes a substitution.
Well, his stamina was called into question then, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with his heart and the efforts he put in. He was very willing, though, not quite able.
So that's two now without reply.
Yeah, I can't think of a better time, Peter, to get that two-goal cushion. That, for me, should be decisive.
Neatly clipped into space. Somewhat off target. Haaland.
Yeah, they were looking for a counter-attack.
Played out towards the right wing. Now it's Haaland.
This is actually quite a courageous move, and I'll add ambitious and adventurous too.
And that is as far as it goes. Boca Juniors bow out. Defeat sealing their fate. So what a sight this is. Another edition of this proud competition, just seemingly bigger and better still. Faces, of course, have come and gone, but some things never change. Those first day feelings, new hopes, new expectations, and the belief that maybe, just maybe, this time it will be your turn. Colours vivid and vibrant, songs loud and proud. The tone for this game is well and truly set. Who do you think this turns on, Jim?
Yeah, Mohamed Salah. And it's mainly because of his frightening pace. He's a huge threat when he's running at defenders, but he's also proved in recent times that he's a top-class finisher. Opposition defences are going to have to be wary about playing a high line because there's nothing this guy relishes more than space to run into. And once he gets there, he's gone.
Yeah, I'd have picked him too. No doubt the fans feel much the same way. Boca Juniors have opted for a 4-4-2 formation.
Reminders of a golden era in English football, I should add. And it continues to hold its place in the modern game. Playing a second striker runs the risk of being outnumbered in midfield, of course. So with the wider pairing and fullbacks, plenty of running has to be part of their play. And of course, the right service into the box.
There's the whistle. Gravenberg. And it's Rice. Now it's Isak. And it's McAllister. Now it's Rice. And that is expertly dealt with. That's really well manoeuvred.
They'll want to make the most of this turnover.
Mohamed Salah. McAllister. Neymar. Looking to play him in.
Bale really has the confidence and skill to be able to hold the ball up like that until support arrives a little sooner, and just maybe there he overdid it slightly and should have released it because the support was arriving quickly.
This is the time you need that pace.
Now it's Wood. Oh, well measured. Fair to say, I think, a cautious start from both teams. Rodri. It's Kimmich. And it's Rodri. Now it's Bale. Now it's Neymar. Rodri. For Rice. And that interception was most necessary.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Threads one in. Camavinga. João Neves.
It's not the game we were hoping for, Peter. I think both of these keepers could text about their respective uninvolvement.
And that's been intercepted.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
Well, he's going to be disappointed with that. Isak. And that has left him in a heap. And it's Gravenberg. And it's McAllister. No, not quite on the same wavelength.
That's just playing it safe and simple.
Tries a deft little ball. And he gets rid in a hurry. Palmer. That's Cannavaro. Camavinga. And it's Rodri. For Palmer. Van Dijk. That's good pressing, squeezing the play. Palmer. Rodri. Looking for options for movement. It's Bale! I'll be a bit disappointed with that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he tried one of his specials.
Saliba, McAllister, Rice. Passing is crisp and sharp. In with the challenge. Opts for safety. Cannavaro. Rodri. Boca Juniors looking to pass their way through. 30 minutes gone. Quality ball. Sells breathes a sigh of relief as he gets his hands on the ball. Good running, strong and purposeful. Isak. He is just caressing the ball. Oh, that's fabulous. Well, the defence just about came out on top, but they were certainly tested. Now it's Bale. Shin to shin, bicep to bicep, and he wins out. Mohamed Salah. Turns back here, probably the best option. Still looking for the first breakthrough, and it is nearly half-time now. And this is Mohamed Salah. That's going to go a long way. And that's been won straight back. Little pass back. Salah. Mohamed Salah will not want to lose out here, not against this opponent. Chance to deliver. Climbs up big. Oh, that was a brilliant save.
That'll earn him a few high fives. Probably feels he could have been better protected, though.
Rice plays it short. It's come through and he's had a quick look inside. Can he finish? Tries to cross. That's a decent clearance. Bale. And it's Palmer. And this is Neymar. And the first 45 minutes are up. A decent enough half, but neither side able to get on the score sheet. Time for some fresh ideas in the second period, perhaps.
Just a quick reminder today.
How's the first half compared with your expectation?
Well, I think despite the scoreline, Peter, there's only one team in it. They might not have made the most of their chances so far, but I see no signs of frustration creeping in. Maybe a bit of fine-tuning during the break, and they should get their reward in the second half.
So, no breakthrough from either side, 0-0 after 45 minutes of action. So, off we go once more.
Well, I suppose from a defensive perspective, Peter, neither manager can be too unhappy. I just wonder which team is going to up the ante for...
And the shot! It's in!
Dependability is one thing, and he brings that to his game. But that sort of dynamism is another attribute he's blessed with, and it's revealed on a regular basis too. Superb.
Perfect placement, the one place the keeper couldn't reach.
That's just a fabulous, fabulous finish. Anything that close to the frame of the goal, 99 times out of 100, the keeper's not getting there.
They have what they wanted, the first breakthrough.
Well, that silenced the crowd, Peter. Item 1 on the to-do list. Done.
João Neves, he's in a great position. Palmer! It's in! And there we have it, the 2-goal cushion. Oh, one moment you're in possession, the next you're picking the ball out of your own net. That one will sting.
Oh, that was beautifully done. They were ready to pounce, and they were clinical when the opportunity presented itself.
Boca Juniors are now luxuriating in a 2-goal lead.
Well, they're very much the better team at the moment, Peter, and no doubt will be looking to cause even more damage here.
Rodri. It's Camavinga. Neymar. Knocks it into space. And here's Palmer. And it's Gravenberch. Now then, the ball's come loose. Kirkes. Couple of goals between the sides, and it's still early in the second half. Rice. Now it's Palmer. Gets a good foot in there. Well, it didn't look good for a while, but that was brave defending, and they got away with it.
Well, I thought they got off lightly there. The odds were stacked against them.
Well, that might be the first time they've gone long, Peter. They've clearly been told to try something different.
And that's the end of that. It all started well enough. Now, this could be a chance. The referee's awarded a free kick.
Well, it was deliberate, it was cynical, and you have to understand the frustration of being denied a clear opportunity, but it had to be done.
Defending is unapologetically persistent. It's almost personal, and it had to be. Gravenberg for Rice. Now that's a lovely exchange. He's on it. Can he get Wood? Oh, terrific save from the keeper.
Wood actually didn't do an awful lot wrong, to be honest.
Gabriel. And it's Rice. Kirkes gets into a good position. Cannavaro. João Neves. Bale. And they're on him in a flash. Closing in on the last quarter of an hour. Rice. Now, what about a counter-attack? Tries to play it through. He's through here. And again, they run up against stubborn defending. Nicely weighted ball. Real chance! Oh, it looked like 3-0 for sure.
Bale really must be wondering how he hasn't put them 3 up. It was a very, very decent chance.
And the goalkeeper's got a good palm to that. Oh, strongly challenged there. Plenty of appeals, but the referee is not interested. And now a sudden chance to counter. And it's Kirkes. Now it's Mohamed Salah. Just eases him off the ball. The pressing's intense, and it's paid off. This looks promising. One in. That's not going far. That's a corner kick.
Substitution.
Boca Juniors can make their change now with a break in play.
I think you have to admire his willingness to keep
Header comes in! That needed to be better, and he knows it.
Well, you see what a difference it makes to have so many runners into the box. Makes life so much harder for that defence.
Gabriel. Into the last 5 minutes. And it's Salah. Rodri. For De Bruyne. Rice. Bale. Now it's Neymar. He's had it taken off him. Wood. Kirkes. And it's Gravenberg. Now it's Isak. Board shows there will be 3 extra minutes. And now the breakaway. Floated through. Chance! Just cruising! They are cruising! And that is goal number 20. Speed of thought, efficiency of movement, and certainty of outcome.
Some great movement here, and the pass was perfect. All he had to do was just apply the finishing touch.
Boca Juniors find a position of real strength now. Mohamed Salah. And there goes the final whistle. Boca Juniors have done it. The perfect outcome in this most pressured of games. Well, what are your thoughts on today's game then, Jim?
From the manager's perspective, Peter, I don't think he could have asked for much more. We're certainly result-wise. This is a game they wanted to win for so many reasons, and his players did a sterling job carrying out the instructions. Thoroughly enjoyable.
My thanks to Jim. We both wish you a very good evening.
Please be made aware that smoking is only permitted in designated areas within these grounds.
There is a definite sense of occasion here as both teams square up to each other with fire in their eyes. This is a day for hope, for expectation, for renewed ambition. And few venues rise to an occasion quite like this one. It is, of course, the world-famous Old Trafford. And as you can see, we've already started here. Serginho, drilled in low. Who do you, Jim, see making a difference here?
Well, I think the fact that this guy, Saliba's starting, I think that indicates, Peter, you're looking to play out from the back, and he's shown to be very confident and comfortable on the ball.
Oh, what a mistake! Here's big chance! What a chance, surely! And he's done it!
Well, talk about a real rude awakening. It's almost as if the defence saw nothing coming. They just didn't anticipate. On heels rather than toes.
They forced the error and extracted the maximum punishment.
Welcome to the reality of modern football, Peter. You get pressed from the front and you have no time on the ball whatsoever. You can't afford to switch off for a moment.
Manchester United finding themselves unexpectedly behind. And here's Bale. Nice interception. His positioning was spot on. Yamal. Some good work on the right flank here. Oh, that's fabulous. Oh, he's enjoyed that. He evidently loves the contest. And it's Neves. Now it's Neymar. And here's Palmer. And he's lost Palmer! Oh, the keeper's done ever so well.
Palmer is offering a wry smile there.
Over to the left. Now it's Misi. Neither of these two want to come off second best. Good ball, good take. Now it's Neves. Shin to shin, bicep to bicep, and he wins out. Now it's Palmer. Rodri cuts out the pass. And that could set him on his way. Serginho. Now that looks a decent ball. Stood up well to him there. Palmer. So just a one early goal to report so far. And the score is 1-0. João Neves. Oh, this is a great position. Messi. And here's Palmer. And this is Neymar. And it's Neves. Boca Juniors looking... Shot a goal! And we have our very first corner. Rodri. Can he finish? It's a carbon copy of the previous miss.
They're just unrelenting, Peter. Wave after wave of attacks. Now it's just a matter of making at least one of them count.
Rodri. Shifted into the flank. And it's Rice. João Neves. Manchester United looking to get their possession game going here.
Yeah, it can be very stylish and expansive to watch if they get it to the standard we know they can. But what's key is the number of ballers in the team. As long as they don't lose the purpose, if they keep the purpose and the urgency, all will be well.
Cannavaro. Rodri. Boca Juniors finding their passes. It's Bale! And he hits the net! Two to the good, and they are purring, absolutely purring. That is a diamond of a goal. The planning immaculate, the execution brilliant.
That is simply tremendous. I mean, how easy would it have been?
Bale! And it's there! And there's your hat-trick hero. He is simply indefatigable. How smart was that? Such a delicate finish.
Well, he had time to weigh up the fact that the keeper was vulnerable, and he duly lobbed him.
And with that, the hat-trick is complete. And that's it. And that's where we have to end it. From me, Peter Drury, and my co-commentator, Jim Beglin. A very good evening to you all.
Please make sure to watch the screen for an information bulletin from the Regional Police Department.
Well, what a scene we have here. There's a real expectant buzz in the stadium, and the players on the pitch are raring to go any minute now. This place is rocking, menacing, intimidating, almost primal, beyond description, really. This is just another ordinary day, though, in the life of the Boca Nation. We have already started here.
It comes as little surprise, Peter, that we find the name of Park Ji-sung on this team sheet.
First name on the team sheet, you would think.
Yeah, and a player with a fantastic engine. I always think that every time you see him, he's just going to run himself into the ground. He'll give everything for the cause, and he always sets the tone for industry.
Guardiola. He's had a fair tumble under that challenge. Now it's Bale. He has found a way through. That's a risky ball, you've got to say. There's a beautiful simplicity about this contest. Willing running on one side, dogged defence on the other. Camavinga. That's Park Ji-sung. And it's Camavinga. Now that looks a decent ball. He has a look up. Cannavaro gets good distance on it. Boca Juniors have got it back and they'll have another go. It's a pretty loose pass. And it's Palmer. Fair to say, I think a cautious start from both teams. The less said about that pass, the better. Rice. Palmer. Rodri. Looking to play him in. He's in plenty of space here.
Well, he got rid because he was under pressure.
Neymar. Out towards the flank. Camavinga. That is good alertness.
Well, caution is dominating proceedings. This isn't meeting expectations. That's just playing it safe and simple.
Taken back almost at once. Torres is fouled. Scholes. And it's Fernando Torres.
Indonesia really are trying to go early and direct here, Peter. There's definitely a conscious effort to almost bypass midfield and get someone in quickly.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And the long ball is ridiculed somewhat, but long passing will always have a respect, particularly if it picks out the movement up front, of course.
Fernando Torres. Cannavaro kept his eye on it, and he's there. Rodri. Palmer. For Rice.
Well, he certainly wasn't in the mood to take any risks.
Well, that had the makings of something quite promising, but it's fizzled out into nothing. Rodri. And it's Fernando Torres. Looking for the run. Well, now here's a good battle, bicep to bicep. Looking for options for movement. And he lines up a cross. Neymar. Can he get it through? And the through ball. Camavinga. And that is out of play. And it's Camavinga. Rodri tries to clear. Shot to Palmer! Oh, that was no routine save.
Palmer really must be thinking what he has to do to score there.
Palmer. Bale. Oh, sweet chance! Goal! Boca Juniors! Well, it's taken a big deflection, but boy, he will want that one. So we have the first goal.
Well, I guess this ought to make things interesting, Peter. No doubt the opposition will now be forced to play a more open and riskier game.
And they're quick to get it back. Now it's Rice. Not the most accurate pass. Cannavaro. Puskas. And he's surging through. Fernando Torres. The only breakthrough then came late in the first half here, and that is the difference. 1-0 the score. And that'll be the last act of the first half. Well, it's certainly simmered along nicely so far. Just the one goal in it, and it's all still very much up for grabs. Any strong opinions on the first half?
Haven't played that badly. Getting caught again on the counter-attack is unlikely. They're switched on to that, and still very much in this game.
Boca Juniors can be fairly satisfied then. It's so far so good for them, and it's 1-0 at the break. Hostilities have resumed at the start of the second half.
Well, if you're ahead, it's a good time to start moving the ball quicker, Peter. Entice your opponents out. See if you can open them up a bit more.
And that's put paid to a promising move.
That's positional gold, the utilisation of space.
Palmer. Now it's Bale.
They've got to make this nice and quick.
Opts for safety. Van Dijk. Mbappe chasing after it. Now it's Bale. Neymar. And that was nowhere near his best. No way through there. Camavinga. Boca Juniors just about have their noses in front. It is the slenderest of leads. And it's Rice. He's having a go! And kept out by the most elastic of saves.
Really looked sharp there, didn't he? That's very well played.
And that has earned a reprieve for the time being. And now a sudden chance to counter. Rodri kept aware, and it is reclaimed easily. Kimmich. Your impression so far, Jim?
I think the manager's pondering his options as to whether to stick or twist Peter in view of the time remaining. He might have a tough call to make now. Well, that's certainly more like it. They can't let the intensity drop now, Peter.
This is a really front-footed approach.
You know, the interest value in this game might just take off from here.
Palmer driving forward, and this is Bale. It's not an especially good pass, that.
Well, that was well positioned and well pinched. They can't hurt with their backs to goal.
He's being urged to shoot. Torres unable to make it happen for all his good intentions. And here's Palmer. And he's in on goal, shapes to shoot! It's a goal! A two-goal lead, and they're firmly in control.
Yeah, a fantastic run and a fantastic pass to play him in. Both needed to be timed to perfection, and they were.
Things starting to look very comfortable.
We're looking at a very different game now. The command has been established.
And the keeper has it. right-footed pressing going on here. And it's Palmer. That ball looks a good one. And he's away. Turan with a fine tackle. Bale couldn't quite force his way through this time, but boy, he had a go at it.
Oh, look, his determination needed to be greater than the obstacle he was faced with, and it wasn't.
Oh, they could be caught out here. He's picked his way through. Shoots! And he nearly went all the way.
He's absolutely full of energy here. Definitely had the right idea. A shame he just couldn't finish it off.
Well timed, excellent interception. Rice gets flagged offside. Well, he's hit it long, but astray. And they're not going to make any further progress now. Leading by 2 and the finishing line in sight. Scholes. Now it's Mbappe. For Bale. Cannavaro, defending his corner stubbornly, stood up very well to his man. Mbappe receives it in a wide position. Van Dijk kept his eye on it, and he's there. Turan. Sung. 1 minute to add according to the board. Well, that's beautifully weighted. Oh, that's fabulous. He's a sharp little ball here. The referee looks at his watch and blows his whistle. Well, don't you just love it when a plan comes together? Victory never... So welcome one and all to a picturesque evening here. A clear night, all the ingredients for a showcase game that the passionate crowd demands. I'm Peter Drury and this is Jim Begley.
Hi Peter, it's great to be here.
Well, it looks like a big game, sounds like a big game. Everyone involved is absolutely up for it. Well, you could make a case to say, Jim, that Park Ji-sung is the most successful Asian export ever.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Hugely popular, and it's hard to argue if you look at his record at the very top level. A player with an impeccable work ethic and discipline, and he has the knack of turning up at all the big games too.
With so many teams now playing just one up front, Jim, it's easy to forget, isn't it, that strike partnerships used to be the norm.
Absolutely, Peter, but partnerships have proven themselves to be very productive over the years. They carry more might.
And we've had some legendary ones, haven't we?
Yeah, and how it usually works is that you've got one target man with the other striker playing off him and just looking to add another little bit of devilment.
So that's got things underway. Kamavinga. Here's Cannavaro. And it's Palmer. Kamavinga. And it's Palmer. For Palmer. And that interception was most necessary.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Oh, good read.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
Palmer. De Bruyne. Now Eder Militao. De Bruyne. Boca Juniors. Disappointing in the end there. They lack urgency. It has been a rather gentle affair so far. And he's tried one! Just off target.
Well, that's confidence for you. Distance doesn't even bother him.
Good running, strong and purposeful. Out towards the flank. Bale. Good read, needed to be. Palmer. Boca Juniors yet to have an attempt on goal. Palmer. Good purposeful running this. Well, that defending is unapologetically persistent. It's almost personal, and it had to be. Another pass just keeps it ticking over. He's in a good position here. And the finish! Oh, another save.
Another cracking save from the keeper, Peter. He's playing a blinder.
Saliba with the clearance. And now they can spring out of defence. De Bruyne. And it's Rodri. Played into space. Park Ji-sung picks it up out wide. He's got tall. Decent enough try.
Bale is clearly kicking himself here. He knew that was a great opportunity.
Kamavinga. Has a look and plays it forward. No, that's been intercepted. And it's Neymar. He's through, now is he in? And here's Bale. And this is Park Ji-sung. And Park Ji-sung! Oh, that was no routine save.
Really looked sharp there, didn't he? That's very well played.
That has been knocked clear. Almeria have the chance to go the other way. That's been cut out, well played. Rodri. Oh, facing up to his adversary. This is a formidable matchup. Threads one in. De Bruyne.
They need to play this quicker in transitions like this.
Neymar will not want to lose out here, not against this opponent. Palmer. Well, the defence proved infallible then, but that won't be the last they'll see of him. Well, a goal here would be the ultimate pick-me-up just before the break. That looks a decent ball. There's no flag. Oh, sweet feet. And the shot!
Well, he certainly wasn't in the mood to take any risks.
Eder Militao. Now De Bruyne. Eder Militao. And it's Rodri. Good defending there, they've slammed the door in the faces of the opposition. And that's really well manoeuvred. And it's half-time here. It hasn't been a bad watch, not by any means. The intensity levels are there, we've just lacked that telling breakthrough moment. And after 45 minutes, it is still goalless. A change perhaps after half-time.
Al padre de un niño con mochila verde se le solicita amablemente ponerse en contacto con miembros del personal. Los jugadores están entrando al campo de juego.
So off we go once more. 0-0, and we're at the halfway point. it's Leo Baptista. And it's lofted through here. Palmer. Boca Juniors do have a chance to counter here. Oh, he's burst through. For Palmer. Oh, that's well spotted. Now looking to orchestrate a counter. Opts for safety. And it's Leo Baptista. De Bruyne. That's a sharp pass. Goalless still. Neither side really getting onto the front foot. Sum. De Bruyne. And it's Palmer. It's Camavinga. Palmer. And it's Palmer. Passes coming off in quick succession here. Leo Baptista.
La cantidad de espectadores de este partido
And still we
puede
await the first breakthrough.
44.070.
Probing pass. He's in a great position here. Rodri deals with that comfortably. Neymar. And now the breakaway.
Neymar really has the confidence and skill to be able to hold the ball up like that until support arrives a little sooner, and just maybe there he overdid it slightly and should have released it because the support was arriving quickly.
Can he spark a counter here? And it's Leo Baptista. Shifted it to the flank.
Are certainly playing with an intense focus in executing their plan here.
That has been slung wide. Neymar. Closing in on the last quarter of an hour. Camavinga. And no, he's seen through all of that. Oh, the movement is slick, the speed is slippery. The defence, though, able to hold on this time. That's good pressure, closed him down quickly. That's a good ball out wide. And it's Leo Baptista. That's cause for mild irritation.
Well, there's no doubt that they want to win this, Peter. They'll have to maintain the energy and dynamism until the very end, though.
It looked as though that might lead to something quite promising, but it turned out that that was not the case. Oh, this looks sharp. De Bruyne. And here's Bale. It's a good run down the left-hand side. And it's hoisted clear. Brilliantly cut out. And that was very necessary. Just 5 minutes remaining now. And this is Bale. Bale! And that's caused a worry or two.
Bale certainly knows that he's missed a real chance there, but he can't dwell on that. He needs to pick himself up and move on.
Cambio en Boca Juniors. Número 10.
Both sides then taking this chance to turn to their
Número 15.
benches.
Se está realizando un cambio.
They're a
avoiding the blatantly obvious by not getting the ball into the opposition box. That's where it has to be.
De Bruyne. Lewandowski. Oh, good spread. Almeria looking to pass their way through. That's a lovely, neat pass. And the whistle's gone, presumably for offside. That's at the end. So we finish as we started. Try as they might, neither was able to break through. Your reflections then, Jim?
Well, if this was a game where both sides played to their strengths, there could only have been one winner, but ifs don't count in football.
And all that remains for me is to thank Jim Beglin. That's it from us tonight. A very good evening to one and all.
Se esperan demoras de tránsito después del silbato final.
So welcome one and all to a picturesque evening here. A clear night, all the ingredients for a showcase game that the passionate crowd demands. My name's Peter Drury, and here's my co-commentator for the game. It's Jim Beglin.
Hi Peter, always good to work with you. I'm really looking forward to this now.
There's nothing quite like match day, especially here. This crowd doesn't do ordinary, and we should be in for something very special. If you're just joining us, we are already underway. Now it's Bale. Pressure coming in from all directions. Well seen, saw that coming.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Well, you could make a case to say, Jim, that Park Ji-sung is the most successful Asian export ever.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Hugely popular, and it's hard to argue if you look at his record at the very top level. A player with an impeccable work ethic and discipline, and he has the knack of turning up at all the big games too.
The pressing's intense, and it's paid off. Moik Gomez stood up well to him there. Bale.
This is the time you need that pace.
Pretty cagey early on from both sides. Shifted upfield. Moik Gomez. Passing is crisp and sharp.
Well, he got rid because he was under pressure.
Now it's Neymar. Tries to think it through. And a chance! Goal! Boca Juniors! And on this day, when he celebrates his 200th appearance, a memorable moment. They forced the error and extracted the maximum punishment.
The danger was always there, Peter. We all knew they'd be pouncing on any slip or any sort of indecision. They need to sharpen up or it's going to happen again.
Boca Juniors break through nice and early, just as they wanted it. Quality ball. He's had it taken off him. And if you have just joined us, still just one goal between them. 1-0 the score. And this is Neymar, and he shoots!
That's just playing it safe and simple.
And it's De Bruyne. Ball's out, it'll be a throw-in again. De Bruyne. Oh, that's nice. Out of play for a goal kick. Pamplona looking to pass their way through. Now it's Bale. Neymar. Neymar will not want to lose out here, not against this opponent. And it's De Bruyne. And that is a little undercooked. Aim forwards. And he's intervened well there. Eder Militao. Now it's Bale. De Bruyne. Park Ji-sung. He can get that clear. That's the throw. And this is De Bruyne. Back when it goes. Clipped into space. Oh, he had to make that, and he did make it. Boy Gomez. Under an awful lot of pressure. Now it's Bale. Driving forward. Bale! Loose ball now, and there's a chase on. Oh, he's been caught on it here. And he's following up. It's in. And there we have it. The 2-goal cushion. One moment you're in possession, the next you're picking the ball out of your own net. That one will sting.
Oh, that was beautifully done. They were ready to pounce, and they were clinical when the opportunity presented itself.
Boca Juniors are doing very nicely, thank you.
Yeah, and you have to say that the contrast of moods are very visible now. They really fancy themselves to go and wrap things up.
Eder Militao calmly anticipates. Boca Juniors are looking to break at pace. He's got away, knocks it into space, and he's there to get it away. Into the final 5 minutes of the first half. That's an imaginative pass. A reprieve, albeit perhaps momentary. Park Ji-sung delivering the goods as expected.
Well, not only can a player of such high caliber show the imagination to set up a goal, but he can also produce when the pressure's on to deliver a big moment. This guy was born to create.
Eder Militao. Now it's Palmer.
2 minutos de descuento.
They'll want to make the most of this turnover.
Now it's Budimir. Gets a good foot in there. Rodri. Now it's Bale. And it's half-time here. Any opinion you'd like to express on the first half?
Well, I think things have worked out pretty well so far, Peter. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I think the manager has to resist change at this stage.
Boca Juniors are heading into the break, very happy with how it's gone so far. Here we go again then. And that's a foul. A simple decision for the referee. Cleared without complication. And he's had it nicked away. This looks promising. Flashes it across. There will be a throw-in. Can he get on the end of this? Palmer receives it in a good position here. Dealt with nicely by the defence. And that's a throw-in. Eder Militao. Saliba. And it's Neymar. Well, facing up to his adversary, this is a formidable matchup. Lovely pass, but can he get there?
A lot of space here, a real opportunity.
Early stages of the second half, and still two between them. That's going to go a long way. Pamplona have reclaimed it. Bale powering forward here.
It's the sort of situation that they'll want to capitalise on now.
Palmer. Bale. Bullish header! There it is! Offside.
Yeah, the referee hadn't spotted his assistant's raised flag. He has now, so he's ruled the goal out for offside.
A moment's uncertainty there, but it is the right call.
La asistencia a este partido asciende a 52.044 espectadores.
And this is Bale. And that's been intercepted. Quality ball. Budimir might just make this.
If they want to counter, they could do with more speed.
Palmer. Neymar has created one goal already. Kamavinga. And here's Park Ji-sung. Palmer looking to add to his goal. Shot a goal! And he's really put himself on the line here.
Se va a producir un cambio de jugadores. El dorsal 21.
Pamplona can now introduce the first of their substitutes.
Well, Peter, I don't think there's anything tactical or injury related here. I think it's just all about the push for a goal now.
And now a sudden chance to counter. It looked as though that might lead to something quite promising, but it turned out that that was not the case. It's an inviting looking ball, that. And no, that was never going to make it. Boy Gomez closing in on the last quarter of an hour. And Rosier. And that's another good win of the ball. He's having a shot! And for a moment, time stood still.
And this is why almost every team presses from the front these days, Peter. If you get it right, it creates more chances.
producir un cambio de jugadores. El dorsal
Both sides
17
then taking this chance to turn to their benches.
serán sustituidos por el dorsal 9, el dorsal 29, cambio de jugadores.
Now it's Neymar. Oh, it's a promising build-up, this. Plenty of really nice passing. It's a lovely, neat pass. Oh, he's getting hounded, really hounded. De Bruyne. And it's Lewandowski. Eder Militao. That's good running with the ball. That's a shade optimistic. Cannavaro getting this one clear. Ahead by 2 and just about into the home straight. Good pressure, determined, intense. Now that's a lovely exchange. That's the keeper's ball. 5 minutes left on the clock. Now looking to orchestrate a counter. Now it's Bale. And this is Neymar. Just eases him off the ball. And it's Camavinga. Neymar driving forwards. Well, the ref's been lenient here. I doubt he'll get too many more chances.
Well, I think the alternative was to stand there and do nothing while he tried to score. And obviously, he's not going to allow that, Peter, is he?
Se va a llevar a cabo un cambio de jugadores.
Big header!
Well, he certainly wasn't in the mood to take any risks.
Habrá 4 minutos de
4
descuento.
extra minutes added on. Rosier. It's headed upfield. And he thumps it clear. Now then, the ball's come loose. And that's it. Boca Juniors can probably lay claim to the title of having been the better side here. Certainly more results driven as they went about their business in an efficient manner. Your reflections then, Jim?
I think we just saw a team winning by playing to their strengths. There was a clear picture of what they set out to do, and the players were determined to deliver it, and they did.
Well, thanks to Jim alongside me, and as the fans make their way home, so must we. Good evening to you. Welcome to those who have joined us all here on a beautiful, clear evening. The conditions contributing to a fantastic atmosphere in the stands. This really is the place to be.
This is Peter Drury, and I'm happy to inform you that Jim Beglin has joined me to offer his expertise.
Thanks for that, Peter, and may I say a big hello to everyone.
Well, the pre-match build-up has been fantastic. Now, the game itself.
So, Jim, who would you identify as the key man in this fixture?
Yeah, I've always liked the look of Cole Palmer, Peter, who is a versatile attacker, but I think sometimes we kind of get a bit mixed up with versatility and flexibility, because when he moves around the pitch, it's not necessarily being versatile in different positions. It's just his flexibility, his reading of the game, and that's what I really enjoy about him. He just makes it very difficult to be contained.
Yes, they'll certainly be leaning heavily on him.
Well, this 4-4-2 formation is often used in the modern era defensively, but it used to be the gold standard of formations a generation or so ago, Peter, and it does allow the fullbacks to play a key role in attack.
Yeah, they offer most of the width, don't they?
Exactly. You want them to be high up the pitch so they can get themselves into the final third whenever possible. This will, of course, ask an awful lot of the centre halves and the central midfielders, who need to drop into position and cover the spaces.
So it's away we go then. Oh, good read.
That was well played, well stopped.
Rashford.
Pedri. And Balde.
And here's Rashford. And here's Ferran Torres. Crosses it in. He's cut it out. Now it's Neymar.
They need to play this quicker in transitions like this.
He's got plenty of space out wide here. And he climbs up big. There it is!
Well, once more, it's him. And we can't be surprised because his instinct for doing this is incredible.
And he's only too grateful to capitalise on the keeper's misfortune.
Well, I admire players who do that because they just don't give up on anything.
So the game's first significant moment, and it's come earlier than perhaps we anticipated. Balde. Rafinha. And that has earned a few nods of approval from the bench. Rodri tries to clear. And he's whipped it across. Ter Stegen gets his gloves on it, nice and calm. Eder Militao, and that's been intercepted. But it is clear to see that he is not at all happy with that.
Yeah, he just didn't seem to get enough on the pass, Peter, did he?
Rafinha thinks about the shot. Takes aim and crosses. That's a corner kick. Cleared without hesitation. Boca Juniors
have the chance to go the other way. Oh, he'd have done well to reach that. Pedri. Shifted it to the flank. Strong running down that left flank. That is good strength. It's Rashford! Oh, just lacked a decent finish.
I think it's a very fair effort, Peter, considering he didn't have much in the way of space to play with.
So just the one early goal to report so far. 1-0 the score. It's Park Ji-sung. Palmer. Park Ji-sung receives it in a wide position. And it's De Bruyne. Pedri. And here's the chance to counter. That has not gone well. Camavinga. Park Ji-sung. That pass isn't the best. Eric Garcia. And it's Casado. Rashford. Rafinha. Ferran Torres. Rodri wins the duel this time. Now it's De Bruyne. Very nearly half an hour gone here. Bale. Pass is just off target. Eric Garcia. Casado. And Jamal. He's had a fair tumble under that challenge. Engages and forces him off the ball. Rodri. Palmer. And it's Neymar. Neymar going face to face with his great rival. Palmer. Can he get on the end of this?
Well, he certainly wasn't in the mood to take any risks.
Rafinha. Jamal. Camavinga. And it's Palmer.
Boca Juniors really should be happy to let this half run out now and go again second.
Oh, he refuses to take the bait. Pedri. Jamal. Can he get away here? Eric Garcia. Park Ji-sung.
They want to be quick here. It's breakaway time.
And it's Neymar. Well seen. Saw that coming.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
Well, there is a look that says it all. A piercing stare.
Well, the pass wasn't good enough, and he knows it.
And he's been shifted off it. Park Ji-sung. Camavinga.
Se agregará un minuto al tiempo reglamentario.
For Palmer. Not the most accurate pass. Jamal. And we hit half-time. Well, there were plenty of talking points in that first half, but just the one goal. It's still anybody's game here.
I think on the whole the team linked up very well and has been organised, hence their position. They can afford to be a little braver with the ball, I think, something they'll be told many times, I'm sure, during the interval.
Boca Juniors leading 1-0 at the break.
Aquí están ambos equipos preparados.
Here we go again then. Boca Juniors carrying a one-goal lead. Shin to shin, bicep to bicep, and he wins out. De Bruyne did well to emerge with the ball. That's a contest to keep an eye on. Yamal puts his foot on the gas. Played over towards the opposite flank. Rashford. And it's Balde. And it's Rashford. Knocks it out wide. Tries to pass it through. Oh no, that was never going to make it. Park Ji-sung. Kamavinga. Palmer. Park Ji-sung. Rafinha. Oh, easy pickings there. And it's Bale. Boca Juniors do have a chance to counter here. Some excellent tackling here, and that one a perfect example. Rafinha. That has ended up in no man's land. Yamal. Eric Garcia. Looking for a runner.
He looked rushed. He should have waited for some movement. Well, that's certainly more like it. They can't let the intensity drop now, Peter.
They're coming again and again.
Well, the question now is whether they can sustain it.
Now it's Rashford. De Bruyne makes the interception. Well, that tackle was certainly sturdy. Now, what about a counter-attack? Nice bit of skill, and he's away. The pressing's intense, and it's paid off. So, Jim, what are you thinking?
Well, Peter, if they're attempting to see out the game with such a narrow advantage, there's room for trouble. I just think they're sending out the wrong message. This could backfire.
And he's managed to get free. And he cuts out the supply. Neymar. And it's Palmer. And this is Bale. And that interception was most necessary.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Neymar. De Bruyne. He's shifting through the gears here. Eric Garcia clears it away.
Cambio.
Barcelona can now introduce the first of their substitutes. And now they can spring out of defence. Pedri. And it's Lewandowski. Looking for options for movement. Rashford gets into a good position. Nice control.
Well, he got rid because he was under pressure. Barcelona really are showing all the necessary urgency, but it's potency they need.
Eder Militao. Now it's Bale. Well, it didn't look good for a while, but that was brave defending, and they got away with it.
Well, that tackle was immense, and so was the relief. The great escape.
Yamal. Still just that single goal, and we are nearly done. Park Ji-sung. He's a sharp little bit. Tries a shot! No messing about, just bludgeoned away.
Now some movement on the bench, and we are going to see a change.
Well, his stamina was called into question then, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with his heart and the efforts he put in. He was very willing, though, not quite able.
Lo reemplazará número 14.
Well, that looks a decent ball. Iniesta picks it up out wide.
Well, it's probably safe to say now, Peter, that it's going to be all about game management from here. Well, they shouldn't be dawdling at this stage. They need to get the ball in the mixer and quickly.
And it's Balde. Balde. Lovely feet. De Bruyne does really well to win the ball there.
Se agregará un minuto al tiempo reglamentario.
Rashford has it in a wide position. That's a cute ball. Saliba gets it away. Balde gets into some space. The ball goes in. So that's it. It is all over. Boca Juniors have done it. Their solitary strike ultimately proving just enough. A terrific win, however you look at it. Bale taking in the accolades, having been named man of the match, and deservedly so. How do you look back on the game then, Jim?
Well, that was a hard-fought win with a defensive masterclass. They backed up their goal with a resilience that was first class.
Señoras y señores,
Well, that's it for tonight's match, so it just remains for me to thank Jim Beglin alongside me and to wish you all a very good evening. Hello and welcome one and all. The atmosphere building very nicely here. Gorgeous, gorgeous evening. The skies are clear, the noise is fervent, the atmosphere frenetic. I'm Peter Drury and this is Jim Beglin. A delight to have him on board.
Thanks for that, Peter, and may I say a big hello to everyone.
Well, the stage is set for a stirring showdown here. The supporters in great voice and there's a real sense of anticipation in the air. Game on. We have already started here. And he's had a hit! And a terrific save from the keeper.
Park Ji-sung actually didn't do an awful lot wrong, to be honest. It comes as little surprise, Peter, that we find the name of Park Ji-sung on this team sheet.
First name on the team sheet, you would think.
Yeah, and a player with a fantastic engine. I always think that every time you see him, he's just going to run himself into the ground. He'll give everything for the cause, and he always sets the tone for industry.
Up he goes! No, he didn't quite meet it right.
Yeah, it wasn't the worst decision in the world to go for the shot. even if he was being closely marshalled.
And that should get the job done. Boca Juniors are looking to go forward now. Oh, he's enjoyed that. He evidently loves the contest. Militao. Well, both starting the game at a pretty decent tempo. Here's Cannavaro. And it's Rodri. De Bruyne. Militao.
You can never be short of runners into space, as long as the space left behind is filled. What an absolute shame. The composure and imagination to set himself free. He should be locked up after that.
No change to the score. 0-0 it remains. That has been slung wide. De Bruyne. And now the breakaway. And it's Palmer. That's beautifully weighted. And the ball is out of play. That's a good ball out wide. Oh, good read.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
That's a good intervention. That was what he had to make in the face of danger that was growing. It's come to nothing.
Neymar really has the confidence and skill to be able to hold the ball up like that until support arrives a little sooner, and just maybe there he overdid it slightly and should have released it because the support was arriving quickly.
That's been cut out, well played. Opts for safety.
They've got to make this nice and quick.
And this is Bale. Big chance! And he's really put himself on the line here. Punched away. And this is... And the shot! Decent enough try.
Yeah, he may have snatched at that a bit, even though it was quite close.
He's forced to go back. Well, there's no such thing as a bad time to score, but this would sure be a good time. Escudero. Escudero. Oh, that is a nice touch. He is just caressing the ball for Bale. Well, the movement is slick, the speed is slippery. The defence, though, able to hold on this time.
Well, they're labouring their way towards the opposition goal here, Peter, and this needs a much livelier solution.
Oh, It's a promising build-up, this. Plenty of really nice passing. Eder Militao gets over and intercepts. Now it's Neymar. Oh, he's found support out wide. Very nicely done. Shot, surely! A decent effort as the first half draws to a close. So a fascinating half, full of talking points, not least that last very, very late one. So there was the first half.
Boca Juniors ended that first half in such a strong fashion. I think we'll just have to wait and see now if they can rekindle that drive and that determination. It's been great commitment, and that has to be maintained in the second half.
No goals at this stage, but certainly not devoid of action. It is 0-0 here at half-time. And we're off again. So the first half brought no goals. And it's Neymar. Bale. De Bruyne. Now he's off and running. It's a pretty loose pass. Oh, that's nice. Crosses it in here. And it's hoisted clear.
A lot of space here, a real opportunity.
Oh, facing up to his adversary, this is a formidable matchup. The pass is just off target. That'll be a corner. And now they can spring out of defence. If you did take an extended half-time break, you'll be relieved to hear that you have missed nothing. Turns back here, probably the best option. Escudero. Quarter of an hour into the second half. It is still anyone's game, 0-0. Steered out wide, but he won't reach that one.
This is the time you need that pace.
A noticeable change in the approach to defending here. Much more in your face.
Yeah, and what they've got to realise, Peter, is that they won't get away with excessive force for long, so they're running a fine line now.
Searching pass he's played there.
How many interceptions have we seen now? Someone's got to up the quality and set an example.
Here it is, cross. Oh, smashing header! Goal! They forced the error and extracted the maximum punishment.
Oh, that was beautifully done. They were ready to pounce and they were clinical when the opportunity presented itself.
En el minuto 68, el dorsal 11.
La Coruña choosing to make the first change.
Well, Peter, I don't think there's anything tactical or injury related here. I think it's just all about the push for a goal now.
So the first moment of real significance.
Listen, when it comes to goals, Peter, in this team, he's always the #1 contender, and he's done it again.
So, Jim, what are you thinking?
There's a lot of football still to be played, Peter, so ideally they need to maintain an attacking endeavour. That's exactly what they need to keep doing. Carry on plugging away, and eventually you might just get that little break.
This is a really... And a chance! And he nearly went all the way.
Park Ji-sung clearly is trying to be too clever there. He should have gone with his instincts.
Two sides separated by the game's only breakthrough moment to this point, and the score is 1-0. Lovely feeding is such a good mover. Defending was strong and firm.
Well, he certainly wasn't in the mood to take any risks.
La Coruña making consecutive changes here.
Well, his stamina was called into question then, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with his heart and the efforts he put in. He was very willing, though, not quite able.
Serán sustituidos por el dorsal 7, el dorsal 6.
Picked out brilliantly.
Keep calm and carry on. That's the job in a nutshell now.
And he's in on goal. Chance for a shot! And that would have been game, set and match.
Well, he's clearly feeling that he could pretty much have the job done. He may well get another chance, you know.
Boca Juniors leading here by this still precarious 1-0 margin. Well, they've got plenty back, they can deal with that. Rodri looking for a runner. Good ball over the top. Cross deflected behind for a corner. Not quite sure who got the final touch, but it will be another corner. Defending of the desperate variety.
Well, it's probably safe to say now, Peter, that it's going to be all about game management from here.
Board shows there will be 3 extra minutes. Well cut out, no margin for error there at all. Boca Juniors do have a chance to counter here. Bale, who does have an assist to his name. And that's it. Boca Juniors have held on. They have doggedly, sometimes frantically, preserved the tightest of leads. Neymar taking in the accolades, having been named man of the match, and deservedly so. Your reflections then, Jim?
Yeah, it was a fairly stern test with very little between two teams that scrapped for everything.
So just time for me to say thanks to Jim for his wisdom and to wish you all a very good evening.
Podrá ser expulsada del estadio.